Okay, here we are again. How's it going, everybody? I forgot to actually turn this on, so that's good for me. Good start. Easy enough to fix. But we're here at day 3. So yeah, Sega Genesis has a lot of interesting entries. Some very well-regarded entries and some less regarded entries. Yeah, I guess just real quick, we'll go to this screen. Make sure things are working. There we go. So yeah, this is our definition again for anyone who's somehow here without having seen the previous 2 runs. Yeah, I think this definition has worked pretty well for us. I did get another font, but I'm not changing this screen. So, yeah. Anyway, let's get right to it. I'm not one to waste time. That is not the game, but you know, haven't modified it since yesterday. Comic Zone count as a belt scroller? No. The Comic Zone functions entirely on a 2D axis. You can move left and right and you can jump, but there is no depth axis to it at all. So it does not fit. But let's get started. Whoop. That's not the right button. What the hell? Not sure why that did that. But we're starting out with kind of what the Genesis is really known for. Streets of Rage is definitely one of the best regarded beat-em-ups in general, never mind just belt scrollers, that's ever really been made at all. I mean, like, Final Fight is obviously Final Fight is obviously rather infamous, and Double Dragon is very well known, although how well regarded it is sometimes questionable. But the Streets of Rage series is pretty well regarded by most people, I would say, who are at all familiar with anything. Also, congratulations on sitting through ads, PJ. I'm surprised. No. You know. Whatever. Got type stuff? That's tragic. Thanks for the resub, man. Alright, let's go. So yeah, Streets of Rage 1 is interesting in its timing. There's a lot about this game that I kind of suspect some things about. Most notably, I really question if this game was developed with the Mega Drive in mind. Because just kind of the general feel of the size of things really feels like it could be. So yeah, there's a lot of this game that pretty clearly takes inspiration from Final Fight. The base structure is obviously very similar. The 3 characters with a little bit different focus. The 3 characters in this game are not that much different from each other, but there are differences. One big thing about this game is you can turn around while attacking, and that leads to a very funny situation where you can just do like this and be very dangerous in both directions. They did have some neat ideas with weapons, like having a bottle that actually breaks is a pretty unique thing. I can't think of a lot of beat-em-ups that really do that. It's certainly not totally unheard of. Are you on a pad? Not really. Wiggling's definitely a thing on pad. Yeah, the weapons are fine. I'm not going to use them too much, but demonstrate them at least a little bit. They're pretty straightforward, but when you can do stuff like that, weapons feel pretty bad, relatively speaking. You also have the special attack, which I have not used yet. Use it, I don't know, sometime here. Yeah, this game did, a thing that a lot of beat-em-ups do when you pick up a weapon is they just kind of like tape the weapon to your hand. And Streets of Rage did not do that. You actually have like an animation for holding weapons. And not only that, it has at least some uniqueness for different weapons. Alright. Bosses in this game are a little suspect to me. A lot of them are a tremendous pain, and then they have weird loops you can do like this. And yeah, weapons are always tough in beat-em-ups because you don't want it to be like totally overwhelming for the player when they have a weapon that like nothing can challenge them anymore. But you also don't want like them to just be bad. Obviously, you want players to have a reason to pick them up and use them. And I think especially if you don't know about the wiggling stuff, this game strikes a decent balance. I never did use the bomb. This game also has this weapon, which is one of the stranger ones that I've seen in a game, where you throw what I guess is like a pepper spray or something. Could probably look at the manual and get a better idea of what that's actually supposed to be, but it just stuns enemies for a little while. Then yeah, I got 1-ups, which have the interesting sprite of just being the 3 main characters. Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty early Genesis game. This game also has that feature, which is a thing that remained in all 4 really, of the Streets of Rage games, where when thrown, you actually have like a response action. That said, Streets of Rage 1 doesn't have like the Final Fight style Super Joy. Instead, you just get this back attack. But the special move also kind of doubles as that, given it has a limited number of uses, and there's some other things later with it, but... And yeah, there's some pretty interesting enemy variety. A lot of the enemies are clearly like inspired by something in Final Fight. You know, these basic Valsias are pretty similar to like Red Dog in what they're doing. The jugglers are pretty unique, but they also stopped showing up in later Streets of Rage games. Donovans, who admittedly are not in this game, they're in 2, are kind of a very Doug-like enemy. Alright, second boss. So again, the bosses in this game are a bit iffy, in my opinion. So you can do stuff like this and stop them from ever taking actions. Whoa. Sometimes. Yeah, the wiggle strats are very funny. And there's the bomb. Is there sprite limitations? Yes. I mean, truthfully, every single game has sprite limitations, whether or not it's for an older console like this. It's just kind of a matter of how strict it is. Because at some point you have to put all these characters in memory, right? Like, so unless you literally loaded the entire game into memory and had every single enemy ready to go, there's going to be some limitation. But unlike the Super Nintendo, the Genesis could do pretty well with large numbers of sprites. This game tends to stick to like 2 or 3 enemies at the same time for a lot of the easier encounters. And then like 4 or 5 are pretty common in like some of the more populated fights. But there are ones with more. Like even here, this is already 4, and this is not exactly a big encounter. Yeah, for as much as you can go into like Super Nintendo versus Genesis for a lot of things, the Genesis is certainly a lot better at having multiple sprites on screen. Or large numbers of sprites on screen. Yeah, it's very funny that, like, being surrounded in this game is almost more dangerous for the enemies than it is for you. Yeah, it is interesting to look at this game. You know, this was 1991. This was still in the NES's lifespan. And you know, yesterday I played some games that were after this. Oh, we're getting Abadede, who has some weird stuff going on with him. Okay, got the bad luck. Yeah, okay. So yeah, Abadede, I don't know what causes this crap, but he kind of does this side flip thing when you release him, which is very funny. Alright, and that does, Blaze's forward throw is very strange in that the third hit does not always do damage. But it's pretty easy to see why, like, going from the Nintendo Entertainment System, you know, where you're looking at stuff like Double Dragon, and you're looking at, Batman Returns was a game made a year after this, or in the next year at least. And, like, looking at how that game looks compared to a game like this, which, this is an early Genesis game. For a Genesis game, this is not that good looking. You know, these are relatively simple, small sprites. But when you compare them to the NES, these are, like, so dramatically more detailed. You know, many of these sprites individually have more colors on them than the NES could have, like, on the screen. So it's pretty easy to look at this game and see why the Genesis had people's attention. And then to add to that, just like the game is solid, you know? The bomb mechanic is a bit weird for a beat 'em up, but it's not like programmed badly or something like that. And being limited to once or occasionally twice a stage. Yeah, I mean, it's not like a released Genesis game. That wasn't my point. But, you know, you're comparing it to stuff like that came out 90% of the way through the NES era. I mean, really, my point is more like, this is, as good looking as this game is for its era, it's still, like, relatively simple compared to what the console is doing. That's really my only point with that. Yeah, you get a lot of situations like that where you're just scrambling. There's a big, that's a huge group of enemies compared to what it was competing with. And now we get Bongo? Yeah, it's gotta be Bongo. This is Bongo's background. So yeah, this is one of the bosses I like the least in this game. We're gonna do this to set him up. So, Bongo has a unique feel, or trait to him where he's very heavy. So if you try and throw him over you, you just end up getting crushed, which is a pretty unique mechanic, and for a boss to have that, I think is really cool. Sega got other ideas what to do with that mechanic later, but for now, it's just entirely a, hey, what a cool boss trait. Yeah, and having these long, detailed, unique areas was definitely a much closer callback to the feel of some of the arcade games that were out at the time. Because, you know, you think about this, you know, this game is 2 years after Final Fight Arcade. So, like, you're talking about a genre that's had that kind of thing as an influence for several years at the stage this is out, or for 2 years at the stage this is out. And it really does. I mean, a lot of these backgrounds would not feel out of place in an arcade game. As a matter of fact, I'd say some of the backgrounds in this game are more detailed in many ways than the ones that were in Final Fight. And yeah, here's a great example. They're putting, what, 7 enemies on screen here? Yeah, 7. This is one of the mechanics I don't like very much. I get why they have it, but it makes them just kind of annoying. If there was some way to interact with them when they were like that, it would be better. In my opinion. Well, it is nice to get surrounded and be able to just say no to the encounter, but obviously there's a limited amount of times you can do that. Oh, yeah, that's right. Abadede's back. This time he doesn't have a friend, though, so we get to do the full dance. Yeah, the game going through time progression is really neat. Again, that's something that Final Fight did that people don't realize as much in Final Fight because it's definitely not as transparently put out there. But especially like Bay Area, if you're paying attention, you actually go through the end of the night during that stage. And it makes for a really neat effect over the course of the game. Do not want to fight jugglers. Not 4 of them anyway. Yeah, in Final Fight, the bathroom transition is actually used specifically to kind of cover up that. Because you actually move to a different background, I believe, or the way it's drawn has a gap in it or something like that. I don't think this is the right spot, but I don't really remember where it is. Nope, it's super not the right spot. Alright, well, this is gonna take a while. Fortunately, you can often soften their throws. And Blaze reaches far enough to frequently punch them. The other 2 characters, it can be really challenging to make it in range of actually just punching them. But a lot of this game becomes tremendously more challenging if you do not know about throw softening. Yeah, like you can see how many times I've been thrown in this fight alone, and each of these would do, you know, probably like a fourth of my health at least. I'm gonna run out of time here. Whoops. That's fine. I was gonna run out of time anyway. We'll just do this, get rid of the one. Yeah, the twins fight is definitely one of the sillier ideas. It's actually I think it's actually a pretty interesting fight overall, but it is certainly a pain until you learn how to kind of work around them. Falling for the traditional belt scroller issue of your attack button and your pickup item button are the same button, so when you're standing on an item, it can be difficult to get the correct action. I guess having stage hazards calls a bit more to Double Dragon than it does to Final Fight. Final Fight doesn't really have anything like that, whereas this game, obviously, they went for it. So yeah, here's Bongo again. He's alone this time. Here, we'll show. So that's why you don't throw Bongo. He's a heavy man. Yeah, it does a lot. It's not even just a little. It's not even just a little mistake. It's a big problem. Double Dragon invent group. I mean, at the very least, Tough Turf had the crouch input, which was a 2-button input that you had to use to pick up stuff. So I can at least say that Tough Turf was before this. Double Dragon 1 at least is just the attack button. I think Double Dragon 2 Arcade is also that way. I guess I don't know if the NES games have it different offhand. Yeah, I mean, I'll talk about the Bongo thing a little bit more when I get to whenever I play Streets of Rage 3. I really like the him having that anti-throw mechanic in this game. In Streets of Rage 3, where he's a common normal enemy, I think that mechanic sucks ass. Like, it just gets really old to, like, have all of these bongos around, and I mean, you can actually throw them if you mash, but... the heavy characters was not in Streets of Rage 2. Alright, so this fight is a bit iffy. The double Souther fight. I think this is the worst boss fight in this game. Fortunately, you could get two bomb calls in this stage to do pretty decent damage to him. The big issue with this boss is that if you jump kick, he does that. So, like, you kind of have to do this thing where you approach him from the top, and sometimes he can kind of get stuck in a situation where it's just difficult to get above him. Yeah, the team attacks, obviously I can't do them because I'm playing alone, but there are the team attacks. Those are pretty interesting. They're not like a huge deal. They're not like spectacular things to do, but they are a cool touch. I don't remember who throws you in this game that you can toss. That'd be if you get... I know there's games where like... Like, I think 3... The one guy puts you in the full Nelson, and then you do the kick and throw off, but I don't remember who does it in this. And then, yeah, the elevator stage. Kind of a common trope in brawlers that definitely started happening. Oh, and I am also a victim of it. All right. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, they're nice enough to have a rail guard here, but, you know, when you're standing too close. There is some funny stuff that can happen in this stage involving that. That was kind of weird. Yeah, you might be right. Maybe Galcias can do it in this game, but I do not remember being able to do it. That didn't tech that, huh? Oh, don't want this knife. I just remember Galcias jabbing you like crazy in this game. Yeah, this has always been kind of funny that you call the police during this segment and it just pans way down. Way down for the super shot. Streets of Rage also has, I kind of used it on the bosses, but not like directly, where you can flip over them to get back throws, and back throws are mechanically unique from front throws. Which is definitely a interesting feature, which pans out very well in 2. Yeah, I mean, well, I'll talk about that later. And that's the stage. Stage 7, we get away without having a boss. Yeah, then this stage with the interesting carts that they push at you. One notable thing is they don't actually let you use the bomb in this stage. Being indoors, they decided that unlike being on a boat or an elevator, that was a bridge too far for them. Here's the first boss who we didn't really see because I did this to him. I honestly have no idea what this boss does. I learned these strategies for the bosses because the bosses are really annoying, and never really fought them afterwards. No? Oh, well, we got a pipe. And we should get Souther here, I think. Yeah. What? Why'd he break free? Weird. Alright. Bongo? Nope. Abadede. Kind of forgot we fought Abadede a third time, actually. But that's fine. I always enjoy doing that strategy to Abadede because it's funny. Someday, maybe I'll bother looking into why that works that way. attack can't soften suplex. Gonna run out of time. Not sure what I'm doing wrong. I guess I'll just die instead. Not sure what I'm doing wrong. It's making me run out of time here. I don't feel like I'm playing this fight super slow. But that's fine. Those jump kicks. Okay. Wonder if I'm just remembering damage values wrong and jabs are just super, super low damage. So one arguably interesting thing they did here was this you can consider joining the final boss. Saying yes is just leads you to get set back a couple stages. It's kind of a weird thing. I know some people think this is cool. I think it's just kind of a weird little oddity, personally. It did lead to like branching paths becoming more of a thing in BeatEmUps, which I know a lot of people like a lot, but personally I find them to be kind of a waste of design space. Because a lot of times there's just like a path that's just awful and a path that's fine. But, you know, it's one of those things that different people get different mileage out of. So the Mr. X fight is one that I've never really learned to do properly. It's kind of a pain in the ass to me because he does just an unbelievable amount of damage with his with that attack, especially when you grab weapons instead of hit him. Yeah, and like sometimes he just has a bunch of iframes between stuff, which is weird to me. Kind of like jump kick away from him and it'll usually work okay, but not always. Oh, I wasn't still invincible. Okay. Alright, well, very questionable fight here, but whatever. I'm not sure why it changed on the last frame there, but we got MPG instead of H. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, JA, but development time is such that alternating paths turns into an if-or scenario, not a, hey, we've got this great game and also it has paths. It turns into, hey, we have this game and we fucked a bunch of it up because we wanted to have more content going in branching paths that we didn't finish. That's how I feel branching paths usually lead. But this game has kind of the weird thing. This game also has a very weird, very situational special ending you can get, where if you play a cooperative game and both answer differently to Mr. X, you end up fighting each other, and you can get a special ending if the person who agrees to join him ends up winning. Which is, I mean, a kind of a neat Easter egg, if nothing else. Saying yes to him in single player, just sending you back a few stages is quite boring. But, that said... Yeah, defaulting to yes is also a weird choice. Like, we spent this whole game coming to fight you, and now it's gonna default to yes. Yes, I totally want to join. Seems like a strange call. But yeah, that's Streets of Rage 1. Pretty straightforward game overall. But, definitely one that put Sega in a really good place for their beat-em-ups. So let's talk. Let's go here. Alright, I got a new font that has, actual, punctuation and stuff. So, I don't have to have weird, non-formatted crap. The first game in one of, if not the most iconic IP in the genre. This game borrows heavily from its primary influence, Final Fight, and its basic operations, but adds some unique factors such as the limited use police calls, which allow you to clear the screen. This game also is known for one of the how do I want to put this? One of the finest OSTs on the Genesis. I'll just do that. Almost universal praise. Considering on its release, this was still competing with the NES. The graphics, let's move off. The graphics were still quite incredible for the era. I'd recommend this game to anyone with even a passing interest in the genre. I wouldn't... You may not enjoy this game if you are more interested in complicated and flashy games, since this era was not capable of that. Alright, well, I don't think anyone needs to be surprised that this is a pretty easy A. Well, that's weird that it ended up there, but yeah, Streets of Rage 1 is for the era it was released in, just unquestionably a great game. Even today, it holds up fine. There's nothing really wrong with it other than the boss designs. Oh, I guess that's one thing I could state is, or if the questionable boss designs bother you. Yeah, I would put the boss design as questionable, not atrocious. How wrong, Ash wrong? Did I write something weird? Oh, no. I'm not even talking about the designs in terms of visual designs. I'm talking about their, like, mechanical designs and how you fight them. Hey, look, the thing I requested is on. Yeah, Double Souther is a really mean fight. I mean, even just, like, the way Bongo works is, like, once you know how to cheese Bongo, he's super easy. But, like, if you're trying to actually, fight Bongo straight up, and, like, you have to interact with him multiple times, and like, you have to basically bait him into charging at specific angles repeatedly. And I don't think that's very fun. It's not awful, but I don't think that's very fun. And yeah, like, the damage is just off the wall, so. Anyway, let's go to game 2. So, unsurprisingly, we're going to move on to the second game in this series. And this is definitely where, for most people, the Genesis is pretty widely considered a better console for the genre than the Super Nintendo. This game alone pretty much establishes that for a lot of people. As was mentioned, there are some features from Streets of Rage 1 that aren't in this game. Most of them I don't feel are that impactful, but there are definitely things that some people might miss. But that said, there's a lot that was changed in a way that just makes it a more dynamic game. There's just a lot of stuff to do. So the big thing is that they changed the characters. So now there's 4 characters. They did a pretty good job of differentiating the characters from each other mechanically. Axel and Blaze get a little bit close to each other. Skate is, like, as much as I don't love Skate, he's very interesting, but they also put in Max here. And for my money, this is the best designed grappling character that has ever been put in a beat-em-up. Max has a ton of super interesting stuff going on, so he's who I'm going to play here today. So again, the soundtrack to this game is pretty well regarded, and by pretty well I mean very, very well regarded. There's been plenty of people who have listened to this soundtrack who don't like video games and have spoken very highly of it. There are definitely people who prefer the other game's soundtracks. And, you know, there's merit to that, depending on what you like. Because, you know, genre preferences are always going to be a thing. But I am hard-pressed to think of many games which are as widely praised for their soundtrack as Streets of Rage 2. So, yeah, mechanically, Streets of Rage 2, graphically, I guess let's go over first, is a lot closer to, like, Final Fight in the presentation being, like, these really big sprites that take up a lot of the screen. It's not like Streets of Rage 1 where it's Streets of Rage 1 is a little bit more like Double Dragon in the size of the sprites, where you're kind of a little guy on the screen. And instead you're huge. You're big detailed sprites. Mechanically, there's obviously just like the basic stuff where you do punch series and it does a series of attacks. But there's also the like special attack that you do by double tapping a direction and attacking, which for Max is really good. There's a lot of different throws you can do, like there's these throw bashes, which are common, but then Max has these jumping throws that you can do. There's some similar stuff to Final Fight where there's like the jumping down attacks. But this is where the back throws that were in Streets of Rage 1 really come into play, is that Max has just absolutely devastating power on his back throws. And the reason that I think Max is so interesting as a character, as a grappler specifically, compared to someone like Hager, is that the dynamics of like how you can move with his slide and how powerful some of his tools are, but the fact that you do really have to do stuff. You know, you're not going to typically, playing this game, if you don't learn anything about how to do it, getting a back throw like this is very difficult. It is not something that you're just going to stumble into very often in a game. But once you learn how to do it, it's not terribly difficult to set up either. This game does still have the vault from Streets of Rage 1, but Max is unable to do it. So for him, these intricate positionings are crucial. Well, not crucial, you can play the game without them. But you get to do a lot of cool stuff. Yeah, there's some interesting interactions that I don't know how intended they are, like this four-hit swing. Like Final Fight, this borrows from Final Fight, the like safety Super Joy attack that burns health when it hits enemies, but it also adds a twist on it where there's another version where you can hold forward into it. And it's a more offensively oriented move. And this version of the move will always take health away, but it just gives you another tool. This is just normal. This whole project, I really just want to play through stuff on the normal difficulties to kind of show what experience a person would get just like putting in the game and playing it. Obviously, like for a game like this, I'm kind of more knowledgeable, and so it's not going to be quite the experience, but it's kind of what the game is looking like. And like Streets of Rage 1, they really just did a marvelous job with all these backdrops. Lots of really interesting, colorful areas. Yeah, the weapons here are definitely more interesting in many ways than they were in Streets of Rage 1. The characters kind of have an individual skill level of using weapons, and Max hilariously hits behind him with the light, so kind of makes for weird situations. I'm quite used to this game on harder difficulties, so some of these screens showing up and having like 1 or 2 guys is very interesting. The way this game scales difficulty really it's really pretty good overall. This game is pretty notorious for the hidden difficulty. Mania being incredibly difficult in some ways that I don't particularly like, but including an extra difficulty for players who are like really into the game is certainly not anything I'm ever going to fault a game for. And it's certainly a more interesting difficulty change than most games have. So it is nice. And yeah, this game having like actual stage transitions where your character's clearly like going through a door or breaking out of the truck and then you're on the outside of the truck. Like there's just a lot of environmental stuff that a lot of games didn't do. Even if there was some coherency, you know, like Final Fight had the map, and so like you were coherently going through this city, but you still weren't like it was kind of arbitrary between stages how you transition there. And Final Fight did have some in-stage transitions too, but this game really has a lot. Like, this game really has so many environments that they designed, where you know, even if, you know, Streets of Rage 1 ends up feeling a little long because of like how much time you spend in a handful of environments. But like, really, it's not a longer game than this is. It just feels longer because this game has so many more different places. Like, even there, you know, this stage that's like, what, a 5th or 6th of this stage that I just went on that screen? But we're already in an entirely new place. And a place that, like, was reasonably transitioned to, not like just, oh, you were thrown into Brando land. Yeah, another thing with this game is individual enemies will interact in ways that force you to like behave differently. Like Donovans are kind of very well known for attacking players who are jumping. There's ways to work around that, but it does make it makes much more of like the feel of Final Fight that I like, where you're really interacting with different groups of enemies differently depending on who's in them. Which is something that a lot of beat-em-ups are just awful at. Yeah, there's a lot of different enemies. They're used in different times. It really just has some pretty tremendous game design. Yeah, laugh. This is kind of one of the weirder things. This whole stage is, I mean, it's accomplishing what it wants of being really weird. It is a bit, kind of out of character. I mean, they presented it that way. This whole stage being a theme park kind of makes it like fine. It's not like it's wildly bad. I will say this stage does have probably my personal selection for the worst trait of this video game. Which is this mini boss right here. This mini boss is very, very strange in terms of how its hitbox works. It's not like fun or interesting in its uniqueness. It's just like you do this or that type of thing and you hope that the hitbox works out correctly. That is, but like also it's one mini boss that shows up once in like the early part of the game. So like, in the scale of stuff to be wrong with the game, that's pretty low. Yeah, and there's some fun stuff you can do with bosses. Bosses being able to block is, you know, definitely a thing. But they were kind enough to make bosses take damage when blocking certain moves. Not as much, just partial damage. But that can have some interesting consequences. And you know, that's something that I like about this game a lot compared to a lot of BeatEmUps too, is that bosses really do have some pretty dynamic strategies for a lot of them. There's a few of them that are kind of rough if you want to play by their terms. Especially when you get to the bosses, there's one of the ways they handle a couple of the bosses is having them have reduced amounts of hit stun when they're hit, and those ones get a bit iffy. Like boo. I don't know what the "it's like boo" is supposed to mean. Frankly, I don't even know what it would be a mistranslation of, but one of the things that happens when you have people writing stuff in languages that aren't theirs is they write weird stuff sometimes. This game is also one of this series, actually. I mean, not one, but this series, starting at least from this game, is one of the few like BeatEmUps I've played where you can actually throw away items consistently, which is good because, you know, a lot of times you don't want them. There's times when you don't want stuff. Yeah, this is one of the weirder transitions in the game. It's coherent, but it's also the elevator is a bit silly. Oh, yeah. This genre has pretty much always had a weird relationship with how to handle women being in the game. common method of dealing with that question is to make them dominatrixes, which is oh yeah, there's also back attacks if you're holding an attack and hit jump. You can attack behind you. That's a nice feature. What Capcom's doing? Well, Poison's design was ripped directly from a magazine. Like, not even a joke. It's not even like, oh, they got an inspiration. It's like you can find the magazine and it's like, huh. This person cosplayed as Poison, huh? No, 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 no. Anyway, Abadede is a much more dynamic boss in this. He's pretty interesting in that he has an attack that he will do specifically if he's being comboed. So like he has natural infinite protection. Well, I don't want to get too much into this now, especially, but Poison is definitely trans in both regions. It's some details about what stage that's in, which is, you know, one of those things that's really shitty to talk about, so I just don't really want to. But that said, the important thing is, at the end of the day, Poison is a woman. At this point, regardless of any of the other stuff, Poison is a woman. This song is one that I pretty frequently hear people say is their favorite one in this soundtrack, and I will always say I don't think there is any track you could tell me is your favorite in Streets of Rage 2 that you would be wrong to choose. This game's soundtrack is very good. Even if a lot of the music is pretty heavily influenced on some other songs, but you know, whatever. Okay. So throw softening's back. There's another example of the boss blocking thing. Oh. One thing I do find kind of interesting about this game compared to Final Fight is that this game follows a trend that Final Fight had, where there's both a pipe and a sword as a weapon, and they functionally are the same weapon, except the sword does more damage. So Owlbear here is probably one of the less well-regarded bosses in this game. He is the first example of a boss that takes reduced hit stun. Which leads to some awkward situations, although he's being very passive here. Interesting. Yeah, Max is unique in having the backswing for his weapons, or for pipe and sword, at least. The skill each character has with swinging weapons is unique to them. Although I'll say like Blaze is very good at swinging weapons, and Skate and Axel are both quite bad at it. Max is supposed to be like kind of good at it, but also like the way that the backswing works means that he's arguably the best character. Yeah, Owlbear is a bit... You could tell me Owlbear was from a different game and it would be pretty believable. But design-wise, he does look a bit off. Alright, so here they introduce the kickboxers. They're, they're fine. They're pretty fast, and especially on higher difficulties, they start getting really dangerous. They can block, and one thing I will say about this game that I don't like is that you don't have a lot of recourse to enemies who block who are not bosses, because unlike bosses, normal enemies that block do not take any damage from the attacks. That's not to say there's literally nothing you could do, but compared to, say, again, Final Fight, a game that I will talk about a lot through this whole thing, but especially when comparing it to Streets of Rage 2. In Final Fight, you're able to throw enemies out of strikes, which means that if an enemy's blocking, you can throw them. But you do not have any such thing in this game. If the normal enemies who block continue to block, you sometimes are just kind of sitting there waiting until they decide that they're not blocking. Especially with some of the slower characters like Axel. Okay. Yeah, blocking is one of those things that, I don't mind enemies having unique mechanics like that. I really don't. But again, like, in Final Fight, the enemies who block have recourse to them. And also, like, enemies in Final Fight that can block can't block some things, like weapons and the Super Joy. Enemies in this game who can block have no such limitation. Streets of Rage 4 was not released on the Sega Genesis, so that's not happening certainly today. No, we're not doing it. Oh, baby. Oh, he didn't do it. Okay. I got the setup. It is possible to get the back throw on Jet, but they have to do a specific thing. Yeah, Souther's a bit of a weird boss, but you can always trick him into doing that move. This is only the second game for today. So, yeah, Streets of Rage 1, and here we are. Neither of these games are terribly short. That game will not be played at all in this project. All right. So, now for one of the more infamous parts of this game. This elevator is a long series of stuff. And unlike most of the games, since it's an elevator, you don't have any way to, like, slow things down. You know, a pretty common strategy in BeatEmUps is to just advance slowly, so you get to fight enemies in smaller numbers. Again, we're on an elevator, so you don't get to do that. Come on, do something. Okay. God. Yeah, I really don't like that these guys are allowed to block weapon attacks. I think that's like a very unfortunate design choice that they made, personally. Yeah, this boss is kind of interesting, like, very unique in many ways. Pretty straightforward overall, because they can't attack unless they've landed, and their movement is very... you know, since they're jumping, their movement is very telegraphed. And yeah, they've got the nice donk sound. Most annoying enemies? I don't think they're annoying at all in this game. I mean, they take a little while sometimes, but... The only real annoyance of the robots is the counter throw thing, if you're not aware of it. Yeah, the robot bosses in Punisher are quite awful. I'll agree with that. So yeah, Bear Jr., Refights made quite a bit simpler by the fact that he does not have any invincibility when standing up. You can do some neat throw tricks on him, or you can just hit him with a pipe. Your max. This elevator just gives us some nice refights. No big deal. Oh, why would I do that? So this, I mentioned the Velas fight sucks. I also think the Shiva fight kind of sucks. Shiva can block. Shiva is much faster than the player. There's a few attacks you can do interesting things to. You can also like get a weird throw at the start of the fight like this. But for the most part, you have to learn like really obnoxious loops on him. And especially on lower difficulties where the enemies aren't like 100% aggressive, sometimes those loops don't work right. Then this Mr. X fight is a lot less obnoxious than the one in Streets of Rage 1. He is much slower. Admittedly, he still can have some pretty big bursts of speed. But he doesn't tend to run across the entire screen in like 5 frames and do that. And also, like, the attack with the butt of the gun doesn't do just 1 billion damage. So, a lot more straightforward. Yeah, I guess I didn't really talk about the story to the game. It does follow up Streets of Rage 1 with Adam being kidnapped as the primary premise. But yeah. Let's talk once again. Alright. Streets of Rage 2. Regarded by many people as the best beat 'em up on the Genesis, if not in general. This game takes the first game's ending or story and expands into the additional characters have unique traits and moves which make for an entirely new experience simply by changing the theme. Once again, with the soundtrack, a little OST, just so we've got that. The OST is among the finest that the Genesis has seen and has received wise praise, even from groups not invested in the game itself and only evaluating the tracks on their own merits. Yeah. Right. The stages and environments also include a very large, diverse set of backdrops, which help enforce the idea that the player is progressing. While this game has some small details that could be improved upon, these do not drag down the overall experience of the game. I'd recommend this game to anyone with even a passing interest in the genre as my praise. Wise praise. Nice. Thank you. Proofreading is important in academics. It has something for essentially just progression and not progression. Essentially everyone. You may not enjoy this game if you are more interested in performing large flashy combos rather than interacting with the enemies and environment. I think that seems all good. Right? I don't see anything questionable about that. I mean, I don't know why this is tiny. Or why it's there, but it's a pretty easy game to give an A. I mean, really, if I'm gonna give, I could give. If I was gonna give a game an A+, this and Final Fight would probably be the two. I mean, I don't really want to get into that too much for some reasons. I will say there are definitely people who dislike parts of this game. For like being a bit more straightforward, or like things that it's a little bit on the long side. I don't think it's too long. It doesn't feel tedious to me, especially on normal. If you start playing on some of the later difficulties, it does start feeling a lot longer. It is a little bit longer than I'd probably like it. I like Final Fight's length a little bit better, but you know, it's a console game. They wanted to make sure, you know, you had an experience that was long enough. Over here. What am I doing? Oh, right, I wanted to load that. I am going to take a quick breather. It's been a couple hours. Get up, stretch, run the ad things so that people don't see ads while I'm playing, hopefully. Yeah, I don't know. Length is always something tricky, because length is one of those things that really, some people are going to want a different length, you know? Like, there's people that are going to want a game that's a whole day. You know, there's people out there who want a game that's a whole day experience. I'm not one of them. But there's people who want that. So, anyway, yeah, let's take a break here. I will be back. All right. Here we are. So, let's move on. So, gonna go ahead and move on to Streets of Rage 3. I am not going to mince words here. I do not like this game. I think this game, for me, is a dramatic drop in the quality of the series. With that said, there are a number of things that it does that many people like. There are a number of interesting system mechanics changes that I do appreciate, but I strongly feel that this is a worse overall package than 2 or even 1. The things that I dislike about this game have nothing to do with the changes that were made from the Japanese version to the US version, actually. They are specific design decisions that I will try and talk about as much as I can. But yeah. First of all, I think this game's soundtrack is some hot-ass garbage. Stuff like this is... I know that people like this, and that there's definitely, like, some, how do I put this? There's some of the tracks that are well composed, that have just atrocious sound font to me. So yeah, they also, one weird thing is they redid all the characters to be different colors in the US version. Skate is back, and Skate, Blaze, and Axel are back, but Zan is the 4th character now. And I mean, there's probably some people who like Zan. I mean, I know there's people who like Zan, but for me, he's just like weird. And admittedly, Streets of Rage has had robots as a big part of its thing, so having like Cyborg Robot Guy as a character is you know, a thing. Yeah, it's an experimental, and there's a lot of ideas in the soundtrack that would lead to things that are good. I don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy the game's soundtrack. Yeah, they also got a lot more serious with some of this. Actually having, you know, story elements dropped between stages. So some of the mechanical changes, there's, first of all, unlike Streets of Rage 2, if you just punch, even if there's nobody there, you'll just finish your punch series, which is kind of annoying. There's the bar that's at the top there, the special moves, like the defensive special, this move, and also the forward special. If you have that full, we'll use that instead of the thing. I need to define buttons here quick. Because I need these 3 buttons. And they were not defined. Maybe they were? They just weren't working? Do I need to hit mode for that to work? Hold on. This is a button that... This is a game that actually makes use of the 6-button controller in some ways that I want. Yes. Okay, that's what I needed. So there's still the forward attacks, but as the game progresses, you can level them up. But you can also use one of the 6-button controllers to always do those moves with a manual input. And rolling hooks here is a very good move that I will get a lot of use out of. Yeah, there's some neat ideas like being grabbed and doing that toss to him instead of just being screwed. But, yeah. This game also changes the way weapons work compared to 2. In Streets of Rage 1, weapons are just eternal. You'll drop them eventually, but they're just eternal otherwise. In this game, or in Streets of Rage 2, they gain a durability based on how many times they're dropped. So the third time that you drop a weapon, it will vanish. In this game, they actually gave weapons they're like a durability meter. So as you hit enemies with them, they will lose durability. As was talked about before, bongos there regain their can't be thrown property. They did make weapons a little bit more dynamic in this game, and that like there's some very special things you can do like that. Like that. Big swing, which Axel's kind of weird in that some of the stuff he does just is invincible. That said, I usually play Axel primarily because of that. The back fist is pretty easily enabler of some infinites. Yeah, enemies not blinking when they're dying is very strange. Lots of just like weird stuff like that. Forgetting what the button layout is. It's a bit weird. I've never actually played this game on the cabinet before. Usually I just don't play it at all. And getting used to the where the buttons are is a bit weird. Yeah, the recolors are very strange. I will say my capture is a little bit off. I've been trying to diagnose why it does it for a long time, but certain colors just look a bit weird. But it is not a good looking shirt regardless. Oh yeah, I haven't talked about the movement either. So you can run in this game, and you can also roll to the side in this game, which is a really cool mechanic. It is a dramatic improvement to the movement that you have available. It's actually one of the parts that I like the best about this game is that moving around feels good without feeling like overly powerful. There's some games I've played like Cadillacs and Dinosaurs where just like feels like your movement is so free that I don't even know what to do with it. This game has a much better balance for me. Still don't know really how I feel about Shiba being this early of a fight. But he is a lot easier than he is in Streets of Rage 2, so... And yeah, the overall presentation is still very good for graphics. Stuff does look good. Some of these cutscenes have some weird faces in them, like Skate's there and there is a bit intense. Yeah, I still don't understand the color adjustments. So I got a star because I think it's a point-based thing, which improves the forward attack. But like I said before, you can just manually do the one you want to do. Because the 6-button controller is a thing. Slaps? No. No, thank you. Again, this is a track that I think is like really interestingly composed, and then the sound font is oh, I can't. I don't want to spend the whole time harping about it, but I can't. I can't, man. Fight's very strange. Really don't care for a lot of the boss fights in this, and this one especially is like annoying to me. Because Rue is not dangerous, but also Rue does like an unbelievable amount of damage if he hits you with certain things. And you really don't have to fight Rue here, you have to fight Bruce. Oh my god, I keep using the wrong button for that. Oh, I didn't get the kill. There is flashing here, a lot of flashing here, just as a warning. This is another thing where it's, I know this is kind of just like a feature of the era where they didn't know how shitty flashing this way was, but oh my goodness. Yeah, this is one of the songs I like better, except the fact that the loop is, like, really short. Okay, I guess that doesn't hit him in that situation. Sure. It sucks. So there's food right here. Big food even. What? So, the boss fights in this game, I think, are pretty awful. There's some ideas, but also, like, the bosses tend to be way more mobile than you. So even early bosses like this tend to be just really hard to pin down. If you can get some simple loops on them, you can do stuff pretty easily, but, like... Keep hitting the wrong button there. She was able to jump with me there. Okay. Yeah, these two being renamed to Mona and Lisa are very weird renaming. Yashi and Orihime is definitely a better name set for them. They do have interesting design. Like, the overall fight in this would be okay if, I don't know. It needs a little bit of change. This isn't the worst fight, for sure. Alright, here's where the soundtrack really gets off the rails. Also, this game has some weird stuff, like bongos picking up Galcias is a very weird idea. Not, like, wrong, I guess, but just very strange to see. Oh, right. That starts happening here. So, yeah, one thing that this game did do is reach back a little bit more to Streets of Rage 1 to have hazards, especially pits. Oops. Oh, okay. Fortunately, you don't instantly die in this game from pits. You just take a bunch of damage. Which is a nice thing. These like mini game challenges, there's not a lot of these in this game. This is like, I don't know, it's okay. Very weird. He's like doing something during it. Okay. Oh yeah. And this game has more of the normal enemies who block and you have minimal recourse. What? Not sure how that didn't hit her. Oh yeah, there's some weird objects you can hit that don't have any like invincibility or damage at all, so you just take damage every frame. Yeah, this is another part of the soundtrack where I just have no idea what happened. No, I fucking turned away to do the wrong thing. Shame, because this is really not a particularly hard part of the game. It's a bit tedious when the enemies do this. So yeah, here's Tiger. Tiger's the real culprit on the blocking issue. Wow! What a beautiful uppercut that was. Fuck. Alright, this fight is weird. Basically, by jumping over him, he'll try and uppercut you, which is a weird choice because that's not really how that move works. But, whatever. He's a robot. Alright, I think this stage is atrocious. This is like exactly what beat-em-up trap rooms done poorly is in my mind. While these minecarts do have an indication of which one comes, they're really just like far more annoying than they need to be. It's also just like far more enemies in this area. Like, this could have been an okay thing to do. And I don't mean good, I mean okay thing to do. You can do bad gimmicks in beat-em-ups if you end them fast enough. But, that is not what they did. There are details like having air control when you're jump kicking is interesting, I guess. I don't think it adds that much, but it is like not nothing. What is the thing on the rails? I have no idea. I just call it a minecart because I don't know what else to call it. And ultimately, I have no idea what it's supposed to be. Actually work that way. Oh, there's more! Thought we were getting done, but no. There's always more. The hit sounds in this game have like no impact too. They just feel like these weird slaps. Pop, 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 pop. Yeah, really, I do not like these hit sounds. They feel totally unimpactful. Especially combined with the lack of any hit stop in this game. Yeah, the ones in 3 really like felt like, or 2 felt like you were actually hitting someone. These sound like you're popping a balloon or something. So this move has invincibility the entire time you're doing it. Yeah, and this is this segment. I don't know how this made it past playtesting, to be honest. Yeah, this is truly music of all time. You can also just stand here, and this confuses the AI. The way they program these back segments is they just make you invincible, and that's how you're supposed to deal with these minecarts. But if you want, you can just stand here. And eventually these ninjas will get. So, like, you know, the whole concept to this area is like a gimmick I could see getting away with if you did it for like 2 enemies. You know, you come in here, you have to go in this back segment to dodge the minecart, and then you kill 2 guys, and then you move on. And, like, admittedly, I am playing Streets of Rage 3, not Bare Knuckle 3. There are a bunch of extra enemies here compared to what they're supposed to be. But that doesn't change to me that the whole segment is idiotic. Okay. Sword Beam is so good. Axel is invincible during that move, which is wild. I think we're actually done? Nope. Nope, got another wave, because the US version. Alright, well, stage transition will work. Alright, and then we have the boss, who I also don't like. This entire stage is like just a disaster in my eyes. This boss has like kind of an interesting idea at the start, and then you have him 3 times for reasons. There's definitely like loops and stuff you can do to him, but for the most part, especially like if you're like me and you haven't really learned them properly, this is just like very tedious attempts to catch him. Alright, that seems to force him to jump. So that's at least nice. Messed that up. There's a way you can like get that jump back to get hit. That's really nice. Because it sets you up to do it again. Clearly don't know it. Button. I almost like this track. Your sprint speed slower than Streets of Rage 2 walk speed? By no means. Axel is super slow in Streets of Rage 2. When that gets him to jump, I feel pretty good about it. Gain a level at some point, or life at some point, that's nice. Whoa, that was a nice teleport from the bottom of the screen to the top. So I guess this game has the thing that some Capcom games do, where enemies off screen have no actual vertical position. They just do whatever the hell they want. Nice. That moved twice in a row. Great. Alright, got through it. Yeah, the sprint is not, like, super fast. It's tedious. I mean, a part of the tedium is the fault of the US port. The US port did pad out the enemy health and spawns and stuff quite a bit. But that's the product they released, so that's the one I'm gonna grade. So this area, I know there are like alternate paths that I think you have to like break these background tiles somehow to get. I don't remember which ones you can and which ones are good to do. Guess they just wait till it's done. It's not like Final Fight 3 where you have to actually use the enemies. Unfortunately, this room brought me to tigers, who I loathe. Tigers are the main enemy that blocks in this game. They also have that weird kick that just loops to itself if you don't interrupt it, which is cool. They do a like tiny bit of damage to them blocking, but it's not like Streets of Rage 2 where it's like a real amount of damage. It's just like kind of a token, like, yeah, you did it, you did damage. If it was going to end there. Yeah, this is... I don't know what to say about this track. Something happened, and no one stopped them from making it happen. Yeah, very normal, very human music. Normal music for normal human beings. Didn't think he'd die there. Fabio there with his 3 health bars. Right, and they can interrupt that because... Alright, well, buckle up. I think they should be taking damage from this, but maybe they're not. You have to actually hit them to finish them. Okay, they did take damage from all that, but look how much health he still has left. But I can just throw loop him now, right? Yeah. Oh. Yes, and the mania speed enemies that are just in normal. Whoops. Yeah, Bullets 2 is generally pretty good. There's a few parts of this track that get a bit out there. Again, this is one of the ones that I really think like a different sound font helped a lot. Streets of Rage Remake redid a lot of this music, just like using different sound fonts. And it helped a lot tremendously. This would be one that I think is already okay, but also got a lot better as a result anyway. Ah, yes, and bongos have the roll. Yeah, this part gets a little iffy to me. But that's a pretty short segment, so, you know, whatever. More tigers, everybody loves them. The edge of the screen in this game is also a bit weird. There's a like distance where you can see the enemy is visually like on screen a bit, but not actually hittable. Ah! okay, I guess slide beats jump kick in that situation. News to me. Gotta get enemies bulleting around. Streets of Rage 2 Mania speed. Do not care for that. Quality. Although this guy, I think, I don't know. I guess I can get the finisher kick instead of a jab, so I get to wait for this animation again. Sure thing. Oh boy. Wow. Okay. Yeah, the 6-button controller, you get the double kick, the back attack, immediately bound, and then also you can command input the specials that are not level 1. Alright, here we are, and Mr. X. And this extremely music that he has. Oh, I love getting the kick when I haven't attacked in like several seconds. see if I can... Oh, no, we got another wave. See if I can get this strategy correct or not. Oh, nope, we got another wave. Sorry. Game crash for a second there. Oh, right, the homing missile that he has. Because why wouldn't he? Loop instead. So you can do a loop with like back attacks where you just like do 2 jabs and then a back attack and then 2 jabs and then a couple back attacks and you loop them that way, but setting that up is a bit weird. Alright, this stage is where I usually remember that this game... Oh, nope, I'm not even to the stage. It's the one after this. This stage is where the bad ending happens. If you don't beat this timer, which is very fun. One of the bad endings, that's true. There are 2. So this is a maze, sort of. There's a couple of floors. You have to go in and break these computers. You do have to defeat these enemies regardless of the computers, so... You know... It's not worth it to just, like, go after the computer immediately to try and speed it up or something. Circuit. This also has very funny jump kick. buckets. That didn't actually damage me. That's interesting. Oh yeah, randomizing the rooms would have been a good trick. And then go back up. Yeah. Since we destroyed the switchboards, we get to rescue this guy. If you run out of time, then gas starts coming in and he starts taking damage, so you don't lose immediately upon this, but... then we have Jet. This fight is wacky. Huh. Usually that doesn't hit when you're doing the back. But it must be doing something. There we go. Very strange fight. And then Adam's here. Yeah, this whole thing where the chief is, they're gonna use a fake chief. I believe that strategy is Axel only. Considering that loop is the primary reason I play Axel. motorcycle wouldn't cut. Yeah, the motorcycle, I mean, if Streets of Rage Remake is anything to go by, the motorcycle segment kind of sucks anyway, so... Yeah, unlike Streets of Rage 2, Axel is extremely good with the sword in 3. Weapon durability? I think it's fun. It's an interesting mechanic. It's better than just like you get a weapon and then didn't hold the up or the jump button hard enough. Right after I die. Headbutt a robot. Oh, alright. That can hit me. I don't really remember what these guys do that well, is part of the issue. I don't know what movie you're talking about. There's the game they're making, but I don't know what they're going to do with that. And frankly, Sega is being kind of dicks right now, so... This segment's really weird. The army of fake X robots. Not sure what to make of this. So you don't even like fight them, you just wait. Die, I guess. Also another track of all time. So yeah, this part focuses on these fights that are on conveyor belts, and they are quite awful. This one's not too bad, but eventually I'm gonna get to the one where there's just nowhere to stand. They wouldn't be awful. Like, the whole gimmick would be fine if you could attack enemies that weren't completely on screen. but because you can't, it ends up being really obnoxious on one of them in particular. I guess I didn't think it was this early, but this one is being quite awful. Whoop. Same side. Yeah, all these guys shoot, so like you're on this conveyor belt that's making you slow down, and all these guys shoot. Pretty great. Your combos don't work right because the way conveyor belts work when for enemies is different than you, so. Yeah, just hanging out over here, because if I advance, I have to do the fight in a worse area. And yeah, this one changes directions, which, I don't know. Yeah, this jet, who's just weird. Not super clear on what the deal is with how that whole sequence is supposed to go. It feels like they put Jet there and then realized it was awful and then just made him kind of like explode himself. I don't know. There's interesting things about, like, the ideas here. I don't hate everything about the ideas here. I also don't love them. Like, I would probably be less upset with this stage if it didn't come after so much other stuff that was, like, using similar-ish mechanics and was equally, if not even more awful. Anyway, this boss is a weird gimmick. Where you just kind of wait for this claw and jump kick it. That's basically it. But you're on this conveyor belt with a laser over there, so. Another boss of all time. Ah, right, you have to wait for it to run out of energy. That's right. Woo! All right, and here we are. We're thrown into the final boss room. That's where you're wrong, handsome one. So this final boss is like fucking weird, but you can just jump kick him. Yeah, we've got a time limit, which strictly speaking you don't lose, but you do get the bad ending. And that's the game. Oh yeah, that's right. It goes directly to name entry before playing the ending. I'm dying. Please help me. He called us handsome. Well, if I die, you die. Goodbye. Oh boy, this ending is quite funny in its shenanigans. Gulp. Thanks. Thanks, Tepid Snake. Yeah, they just got out. They took Adam's police helicopter. That's the normal way of leaving, right? Makes perfect sense. I like that the music had to stop to load this image. Yeah, it just got him out. It's fine. It's fine. We beat the boss fast. That means everything good happened. Yeah, the whole time limit thing with running around and defusing the bombs after is a bit weird, because they mention that it's going to be like a couple hours the bombs will detonate, but then your time limit is 3 minutes, so it's like somehow that 3 minutes was critical in finishing it. I'm not sure how, but critical. Yep, it's true. This game ends. These are some neat, really unique styled pictures in the ending. I will definitely give it that credit. Yeah, I mean, of all the things that I could say about this game, the artistic direction is definitely not the worst. There's definitely some decisions they made that I don't like with how it looks, but they had the style they were going with, and they stuck to it, and they did a good job with it. The characters being recolored is very strange, especially considering some of the main character palettes are very ugly. But it does certainly have its own look. Thanks, Zepid. Yeah, have a good night. Or wherever time of day you're at. TSA is gonna have a field day with Zan. Oh boy. These credits are quite long too. At least they had the courtesy to just reuse the old music for this ending credit so I get to listen to it. And then Max is here for some reason with his thunder jacket. I don't know if I've ever watched the credits long enough to see this scene before. Why is Max here? He didn't even show up in the story, did he? Like, Adam's in the story in a couple of places, but does Max show up? Okay, let's talk about the game. Streets of Rage 3. The third entry to well, I can't really say trilogy anymore because it's not a trilogy, is rather infamous for the widely different reception it received how do I want to put this? The wildly different opinions people have on many aspects of the game. While the mechanics of the engine are expanded on in many interesting ways, including the addition of running and side rolls, as well as the special meter, allowing more free use of the special graphically. It takes a bit of a darker look in the first two games, but it's its own yeah, the combat mechanics are really good. I will never fault. Like, mechanically, I think the engine of Streets of Rage 3 is more interesting than Streets of Rage 2's. Even excluding the issues with the Western port spiking the difficulty and some other strange changes. The enemy designs, both the enemy designs are much less interesting and cohesive than the first two games, in my opinion. The music and general that escaped the board. Nope. Okay. Sound direction is also widely controversial, with most people either loving or loathing. The way the game sounds. You may enjoy this game if you want some extra mechanics added to the Streets of Rage formula. You may not enjoy this game if the sound direction is grating to you, or if you relative length of the game is an issue. Yeah, Streets of Rage 2, I can certainly, I know there are people who say they prefer 3's music to 2's. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me personally, but music taste is inherently subjective in many ways. So I don't want to say that someone's wrong for saying that they like Streets of Rage 3's music better, because you can like Streets of Rage 3's music better. But I will say that there are not very many people that I have seen listen to Streets of Rage 2's soundtrack and not enjoy it to at least some extent, even if it wasn't their deal. But I have seen a great many people who do not like Streets of Rage 3's music at all. So, you know, I'm not going to say objectively speaking it's worse, But if we're trying to make a measure of how well made this game is, when you see something that puts people into those two divided groups, as opposed to you see something that most people are at least okay with, and also people really love, like, it's not like you just made something that everyone's like, yeah, it's fine. You know, if every single person was like, yeah, it's fine, no big deal, you know, whatever. You look at, I don't know, there's any number of games out there or music out there somebody could listen to and be like, yeah, it's fine, I don't mind that, I'd listen to it. But also, you know, I don't love it, I wouldn't choose it first. Streets of Rage 2 has that. Streets of Rage 1, like, both those games, like, are widely loved soundtracks that, at minimum, people are okay with. And Streets of Rage 3 is not that. So, I want to separate my own personal opinion from how I grade these games as much as I can. I want this to be some measure of, like, generally how well I think these games are produced. Because if I were to rank this game for myself, if I were to put a grade of, like, how much I personally think of the game, this would be at best a D. Like, I would honestly say I do not like this game. Playing this game is, like, actively, I would rather actively not play the game most of the time. And that's, like, that sucks. But I also am not, like, an idiot. I've seen other people's opinions. There are people out who love this game. There are people out there that think this is their favorite Streets of Rage game. And I can't ignore that. Like, I'm not going to ignore that, even if my personal opinion is not very high of it. Do I think higher of Bare Knuckle 3? I mean, Bare Knuckle 3 is, like, clearly better in a lot of ways. I mean, it's much less tedious, and easier. But, like, that, the issues I have with Streets of Rage 3 have nothing to do, well, I don't think they have nothing to do, but my big issues of 3 are not that it's pacing and enemies are, like, just slow. That's not the biggest problem I have. Yeah, and at least I admit myself, like, calling this a D is almost like a joke in a lot of ways, because, like, there's a lot that just, like, me personally dislikes about it. But I, like, because there are so many people out there who notably do not like 3, I also will not put it on the same level as Streets of Rage 2 or 1. It is not an A. This game is not an A. It cannot be an A with, like, it is too divisive for me to say that it is an A. And also, like, you know, Final Fight you could say is divisive too in a lot of ways, but, like, even people who don't like Final Fight will look at it and go, you know, this game was made in 1989. It established many of the conventions in the genre. A lot of the things I don't like about it are things that wouldn't become apparent until later. So I'm kind of torn. I don't think I can really give this a C either. I think ultimately I would give this a B. There's a lot right here. There's a lot of cool ideas. The engine is really drastically improved from 2 in many measurable ways. There are a lot of pet peeves that I would have with the particular choices they made with those engine changes. But overall, I can't ignore that there are a ton of people who like this game the best out of the Streets of Rage series. So, yeah, I think a B is a totally fair place to put it at the end of the day. I wouldn't put it here for my personal preference of games to play, but I don't want to let my own judgment cloud what I know to be true of what other people feel about the game. Yeah, there's I don't know. There's a lot of things I could point to that I would personally change. But, you know, sometimes you try stuff and it hits right for some people and doesn't hit right for others. And that's okay. But if you're ranking games overall, then acknowledging the ones that it didn't hit for is important. Oh, anyway, We're 3 games and 3 hours in. The Genesis Streets of Rage trio came to a bit of a slog. Because they are, you know, even Streets of Rage 2 and Streets of Rage 1, they're not short games. I do have the ability to do plus and minus now, so I do have it in the characters now, so I could. I want to avoid doing plus and minus as much as possible, just because I feel like, you know, when you're ranking video games, there's so much subjectivity that even putting plus and minus really implies a lot more detailed of an analysis than I really want to put in there. So to me, it's kind of like an A is like a game that is just kind of almost universally great when considering the platform and it was on and the time it was released. Because again, the platform it's on is an important part of that grade, because, you know, I'm not going to compare an arcade game to an NES game and expect them to hold up to the same standards, because that just doesn't make any sense. They're going to have differences in just how mechanically they can operate. So knowing that hardware is a huge part of how I'm going to rank stuff. And the year is also important, because again, like when I ranked Tough Turf, if it was released in the same year as Double Dragon, would have been a great game. In many ways, it's a better game than Double Dragon. But it's not being released alongside Double Dragon. It's being released multiple years later alongside Final Fight. So, like, the standard that I'm going to hold a game to based on what it should know from previous stuff is different. And also, like, I just generally feel people, you know, I've given everything, I think I've given one game a C so far. I think most games are better than people like to give them credit for. You know, we're talking about a commercially released product, right? There's a ton of time that went into a lot of the details of it. And, you know, when you start looking at games that are really start getting awful, man, there's some really awful games out there. There's games that are barely believable that they were released. And people will be like, oh man, you know, as much as I dislike Streets of Rage 3, again, like, I say for me personally, it would be a D, just because if I'm ranking it personally, I don't like the game that much, so I don't want to play it. And to me, even like a C is a game that I can play and enjoy. A D is where I start getting into the point where it's like, man, I don't know if I really can have fun with this anymore. So, anyway, Streets of Rage 3 was very long, so I'm going to take another break. I am going to keep going. I'm hoping to go a little longer than yesterday, because I want to just fit in a few more games, but we'll see how it goes. Okay. Sorry that break was a little bit longer. I realized that it's getting close to supper. I ate very little lunch. And I'm not going to get to eat really for a while. So I downed a real quick sandwich. Let's get back to here. And let's go for the game. Alright, we can fully delete Streets of Rage. We went through those 3. No longer necessary. Now we've got Alien Storm. A game we're going to take a lot less seriously. Alright. Press start. So this game's kind of weird. You got 3 characters. I don't know that they're particularly different. We're gonna play as this guy because I want to. So, you know, you could make the argument that this isn't a beat 'em up, but honestly, in terms of the belt scrolling mechanics, it is pretty similar. It's very simple. But I mean, really, it functions the same way as a normal beat 'em up would. Just, you know. You're not really punching him, you're shooting him with this little short laser. Alright, you get this roll. And that, which I assume uses energy. This is definitely a game I don't know a tremendous amount about. I do know, yeah, the arcade version is rather difficult. I don't think the Genesis version is supposed to be that bad. These segments you this first-person shooter, so it is a bit of a multi-genre deal, but, you know. Enough of this game is the belt scroller for me to not worry about it. Yeah, I mean, part of the reason I wanted to pick this guy is because I feel like most of the time I see people either pick the girl or the robot. So, just figured I'd try something different. The Golden Axe series certainly are belt scrollers. Keep thinking they're going to contain items, and instead it's just enemies. The background items are still just more enemies. These guys are kind of a pain sometimes. I feel like I've gotten the point. Yes, and these parts. Oh! What a weird attack. Doing the upsy daisy. Blow up all the walls and stuff for energy. It's great. I believe you are penalized for shooting the people. Since I'm playing single player, I get hit by both sides when they attack there. Oh. I can dive attack. That seems good. It's hard to tell how much damage it's doing, though. I guess I can just do that, get them knocked down, and then hit them on the ground over and over. It is quite silly to just do that to him. Does conserve energy at least, if I don't screw it up. Very few health refills. Alright. Leave him alive. They got lucky. I managed to hold back the trigger finger. Yeah, these first-person segments, I'm pretty sure, are like super evil in the arcade version. My laser did a lot of damage to me. This does not appear to do much damage, if any. Oh, it does some at least. Okay. I was hoping there was a door I could sneak into without fighting these two. I took a lot of damage here, dang. Brain jars! Look how easy it is to kill Mr. X now when we've got a gun. Beat here. In this stage in general, not even just in here. Actually, seems like it'd be very difficult to hit with. Poor little alien kid. What the hell? Ah! attack. I have to assume this does a lot of damage. Oh, you are temporary, though, not permanent then. Energy is just used for all your attacks. Primarily for like a bomb, but even just your like regular shots seem to eventually use some. Oh! Yeah, he does do that. He's doing it a lot more often now, too. Actually, I wonder... Like, surely this must do a bunch of damage, right? Like, this is too weird of a thing to have in the game and not have it do a bunch of damage. It's hard to tell. Oh, yeah, okay. That did a shitload of damage. What the hell are you? Can't just... Okay. Segments are so funny. Just run super fast. Mission 7. Gotta do so much damage now. Like, this attack feels, like, super good, but also, like, the range of motion you have on the screen isn't the best. So, like, sometimes you just can't get a position to use this effectively. And then, like, obviously there's situations like this where there's just multiple guys, so you can't... Whoa, whoa, I did not want to run there! these guys? I think so. I guess I have a lot of energy. Oh, that did a shitload, dude. I have a lot of energy. I feel like this is probably the second to last stage. Although if we're at the UFO this early, it could actually just be the last stage. Progress. There you go. Usually a med pack in these levels at least. I mean, surely the last boss won't be in this type of fight, right? Oh, hello. Okay. You got it. Glad that I'm apparently invincible during that animation. As soon as I did that dive, I knew I was in shit town. Oh, got me just as I recovered from that. Real excited to game over to the final boss. Because I'll just do some shit I have no way of anticipating. those situations where like I end up stopping the roll right in front of them, just because of like how it works out. Feel bad. Oh, is this a maze? Good. We might not be as close to the ending as I was hoping. Oh, baby. Need some help, please. Not exactly clear on which of those guys hit me there. That must be an attack when they're rolled up. Yeah. Well, Genesis does. Well, looks like we get a try again, but definitely learned a couple things that'll be good. Play the robot. Clearly the robot will save us. There were continues, just 3 of them. Your lives are continues. Whoops. Well, that's the bomb for him. These animations are kind of weirding me out a little bit. Also, probably shouldn't really be accepting of taking damage this early. Oh, that knocks him way away. Weird. You just have to play so cautiously because there's no health refills. I mean, basically none. There are some. Alright, see ya. Oh. Wasn't paying attention because I was just waiting for it to get further on screen. Oh. Something like that happening. Oh. Huh. That didn't happen to me once with the other guy. I guess that's how it works. Keep thinking this is like a dash jump attack. Positioning for this is strange. This move does a shitload of damage, but this doesn't seem worth it to me on most enemies. I feel like honestly doing this just so I can chain the ground attacks is better than the dash attack a lot of the time. Although this guy, like getting that low sweep that knocks him away kind of sucks. Alright, see ya. Don't think I've gotten a health kit out of these stages yet. I'm not entirely sure if I'm able to avoid damage on those things when they pop up from both the bottom left and the bottom right at the same time. Wasn't sure if that'd be one of those like Sega-like things where rescuing a person would get me health. Yeah, I think I was undervaluing just attacking normally. The dash attack certainly is good, but I don't think I need to be doing it every attack. Huh? What was that attack? It didn't fire. Alright, give me at least one health kit in one of these stages, please. Be great. There we go. Thanks. Not very much, but it's not nothing. I do appreciate that this game's just like, yeah, whatever, fuck up the whole store, who cares? Ah, that is what happened there. That's a weird attack. Whoa. These guys hanging out on the lights. Oh, God. Such an obnoxious situation when those guys on the bottom spawn. Oh, good. Health back. Just in time. Oh. Don't know how I didn't hit that guy, but okay. You guys feel like they're supposed to be bosses, and I don't think I've seen one of them do an attack yet. They just take a bunch of hits. This is a good place because I lost a bunch of... I lost like multiple... Actually, I don't know about multiple lives, but I took a lot of hits on these whatever the hell these things are. I mean, whatever the hell all these things are, just aliens. Oh, if I can hit that thing down, I wonder if I can actually kill it. Certainly doesn't seem like it. Alright, boss again. Oops. The way this robot walks around is just so funny. It's like... weirdly quick. He was bad. Are the characters actually, like, mechanically different? It seems like it's different animations, but they seem to function pretty similarly. Oh, I am gonna bomb this. Oh, didn't have time. Some combo speed differences. I could see that. Everything's pretty quick though. It's not like, I don't feel like either character I've played so far has been like slow. sure what that attack was. Swung a stick instead of the lightning. Oh, I can just leave. All right. Hey, I got both those guys. Cool. Two lives left for this, so doing better. Just realized it may have been offering me the chance to switch characters. Oh! I thought I was down to one because the one came on so much sooner, but he was just stalling. I don't remember which door I went in last time. Got a health pack, like the second one of the game. Cool. I guess I'm just here. Alright, we'll go right? I don't know. This looks familiar-ish. But it could just be that there are similar areas in this similar-looking vicinity. Do these guys take more damage from the dive than from the gun? Oop. Oh. Map? Oh no. Oh, okay. It's actually showing me where I can go. Alright. Oh, I think these dudes might not have invincibility frames. That might be why the dive did so much damage. They're making a weird noise. So I think they might be getting hit every frame of the dive. Oh my god, a health pack in the stage? What game is this? Another one. Holy crap. So I don't know where I want to be is the problem. They showed me the map, but I don't know where my objective is to be. This seems like a pretty good place to be, where the big brain that I can shoot is. Part of me that feels like I should just damage race it and shoot the brain and ignore all this crap. Seems like I might be weeding through. Okay. Yeah, it seems like I've weeded through though. Nice bubble. The Tremendous 3. Did they survive? Nobody knows, and there's no way to find out. Sega, as usual, having a time with their credits. Sega in this era had a lot of ideas of what a credit screen should be. And this is extremely credits. I wonder how big those sprites are. Probably like 40 pixels tall or so. Rank soldier. I have no point of reference on what this rank means. One off, yeah. 1991. All right. Let's talk. Whoop. That's not how this works. Alien Storm. I don't know what to say about this game, honestly. Sega with a unique approach to the genre, and also with some genre mixing with the first-person shooter and run and gun segments. Combat is very straightforward and quick. With most enemies being able to be chained by grounded attacks. Fairly tongue-in-cheek atmosphere and Sega's traditional extremely silly ending credits of that era. Definitely a game not looking to take itself seriously. I may enjoy this game if the funky quick game with a friend is on the agenda. You may not enjoy this game if you are looking for a more nuanced experience. Yeah, I don't feel like I have that much to say. This was a pretty early game, but I mean, you're also looking at it against like Streets of Rage. I think it's a solid B. It's a good game. You can get a lot of mileage out of it, but at the same time, there's not a tremendous amount of stuff going on. You're just kind of, yeah, you're just kind of going at the aliens. It is a port of an arcade game that was made, you know, earlier, but even so, like, it's fun. I don't regret playing it. I'd play it again another time. But it's certainly not an outstanding game. Alright. Yeah, Sega produced a lot of just games for the Genesis at that time. I feel like they really wanted to make, like, they're just the games available. And, you know, that's cool. Alright, so one thing I want to state about the Genesis is, that's kind of wacky, is, you know, most consoles, like the NES, have a variety of developers that are working on it. But Sega really, like, a lot was Sega, you know? Sega themselves making the games. And, you know, they made a lot of good stuff. You know, they probably have an overall better concentration of this genre than a lot of platforms. I need to figure out the timing to do... Oh, that animation didn't look right. surely I can still do the giant stab, right? Yeah, there we go. Oh shit, she's fast. Man, you just don't have time after the dash kick to set up that. I don't really want to just dash kick everything, but... Running from off screen. The edge of the screen not being like a wall is a bit awkward too. Yeah, how do you set up... Wow, that did a shitload of damage. I'm actually going to start over because this game does have limited lives. I wonder if he'll be able to set it up better, because she kind of bounces after the dash kick. That's the magic button. Yeah, okay. What a weird character difference for her to bounce like that. Also, the shoulder seems like it has way better priority than it does in arcade. Arcade, you lose out to a lot of stuff with that. God, this... I didn't really want this, but we got it now. I guess this does do quite a bit of damage. For some reason I thought this mount did like nothing. Maybe that's a Genesis difference. But it did less to him when he was mounted? It almost sounds like it's hitting multiple times. Gonna take this call, sorry. Okay. Yeah, the models do interesting stuff when you don't when you're not there. Being able to do the high stab is tremendous. God, they're so fast in this version. My God. Well, I think I knocked the other guy off the ledge. Oh. That... I mean, I'll take it. Shoulder charge hitting behind me is not something I expected, but I will take it. That was a noise. Look at this piece of meat. Not the most appetizing video game meat I've ever seen. Oh, I didn't mean to get on that quite there. I'm assuming that jump is the same way as in, oh, goodbye! As in arcade, where you're better off dashing than actually jumping. There's two of these guys here. Hey, it actually beat mine. Weird. Oh, the wall. The edge of the screen is so awkward in this sometimes. I wanted to hit magic. Man, they do a shitload of damage. Only 2 magic. The Fiend's Path. Oh! I guess that guy can just kill himself. Oh, that's right. The skeletons get up a lot slower. A lot slower. Oh! Oh, the fucking wall, man. The edge of the screen is so stupid. It's wild how much more difficult this game is than the arcade one. Why wasn't that down stab? Basic attack still kind of sucks. Don't feel like I damaged them that evenly, but sure. Please dash. Oh, fuck. That's game over. But we do get credits, yeah. Oh my god, this game makes me feel so stupid with the edge of the screen. Okay, well I guess dash attack does lose to something. Now the final battle begins. Oh my god, dash. No! Oh, I was at 1 health anyway. God. I can't get over how fast enemies are in this port. That's the biggest thing. Like, some of the other stuff that's changed is weird, but like whatever. But the enemies just like moving at the speed of fucking light. Huh. I can't keep the dragon there because that's an actual transition. Save those. Thought I was far enough below them. I don't like this, but I don't really know what else to do right now. This skeleton having a time. What? I think the skeletons just respawn if they even die here anyway, but... Oh, they do just die. Alright, I should have done that earlier, I guess. Nope. Alright, well, if this was arcade, we would be done. But alas. This stage is a tremendous pain in the ass. It's very easy to get killed by just random dash attack. Or to just not make that jump. It's another better off just dashing situation. Oh, he's killed me. Here's more magic. Just cuz. So yeah, like on one hand I appreciate that they gave me these glyphs because a lot of these enemies have a shitload of health. But it is annoying to die instantly. Not that your health means that much anyway. Not sure how I didn't go further than that. Guess there's a wall there. Good to know. This guy is a hero. Oh, fucking Ash. And here we are, Deathbringer, who will certainly kill me if he touches me. Yep, because he does this. I'm shocked that I lived through that. So yeah, They took Golden Axe Arcade and they made it markedly worse. Like, the enemies being fucking bullet speed is ridiculous. And, then, yeah, this fight at the end of the game is, like, the same fight except worse. So, you know. What do you do? Not to mention the controls feel worse. Yeah, I mean, to be, like, fair, the magic is just a follow-up to his attacks. It's not like he just does magic that you can't avoid. It is silly. Yeah, music's fine. It's not like it's an improvement over the arcade version for that. I cannot get over how fast the Amazons are, though. Holy shit. Don't have to read these a second time. The wall, man. Every time. Makes me feel stupid every time. Please dash. Can you just like stand here with me? Alright, I didn't lose a life before there, so I get this health instead of not having any here. dashing. Ugh. Missing dashes feels so bad. Dang. I actually am just gonna nuke these guys, but they kind of kicked my ass. This fight felt a lot easier. Because the actual boss is rather slow. So weird to get the range where that hits him. Because it feels so dangerous to like wait too long, because then you get slashed. Or shield bash, sure. Huh. Well, I should get a bunch of meat here. So it's kind of unfortunate that I died, but it doesn't matter too much for long term. That didn't hit him, huh? Man, their wake-up animation is even slower than it looks. Oh! Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. 2 hearts. Or 2 health from one contact. I'm surprised he didn't charge me there. I don't understand why they decided to make the enemies so much faster. That's like the #1 thing about this version that's like very mysterious to me. Some of the other stuff is like, yeah, I get where, like, as you're porting stuff, weird shit happens. But the enemies being so fast is very weird. Oh! Alright, I will take 1 damage for all those 3 dead like that. I keep expecting them to back up further to try and attack me because it doesn't feel like they're centered. Very silly how that goes. I'm just gonna do this. What? Guess he's not charging now. Didn't think that was a thing he could do, is just not charge. Tracking on that. Beautiful. Don't feel like that's the correct screen for me. Sure. Oh, nice dash. I swear dash inputs feel harder on this version too. That was just maybe attacking too late. That was my second continue, dang Yeah, the skeletons have a lot of health. I don't remember. I think it's just the final one where they just have like bonkers amount of health, like more health than the final boss by a wide margin, kind of health. What happened to the skeleton? There he is. Oh! Nice juke. Damn. Got him. Got blocked by the gnome again. Oh, and he did the double combo. Nice. Beautiful. Oh, don't get killed by this. Okay. Oh, I thought he was just gonna walk off. Those guys have to be knocked into the pit for it to actually knock them into the pit. All right, then. Guess I might as well just use this, right? Like, there's no reason not to. It's not gonna get any better. This fight, man. What an awful fight. I'm dead. Oh god, I can't believe they made this game so much worse than the arcade version. It's really incredible. Yeah, you can kind of like pin him in the corner and then jump slash him, but you know, you've got to get the situation set up. I mean, really, I need to do the thing. There is a trick here that I wasn't trying to use because I didn't want to, but I think I just need to. I mean, again, him doing the magic is really not a big deal to me because ultimately it's not any different than if his attack just did more damage. See ya! Dang, I didn't take any damage, huh? Weird looking. See ya. Yeah, I mean, the characters are so minimally different. It's pretty trivial. Not hit, huh? This makes this quite simple. This is definitely the best shape I've been in to this point. What? I'm not sure where that guy jumped out of bounds to. Like, I get that he jumped out of bounds, but I'm not sure what spot he managed to find to go out of bounds. Out of the jump attack? Alright, sure. I can't get the down stab to come out. Well, I was ahead. And now I'm not. Guess I could have isolated that guy and just taken him out. It's so weird. I don't feel like I'm damaging these enemies evenly, but then a lot of times they seem to die at the same time anyway. Ah, I'm dumb. They're too close to the wall. Okay. At least that went a little better. It's still in bad shape now, but... Well, not bad, but worse. Well, what the fuck do I do now? He's over there. Can't, like, do shit to him without... Okay. I think I knocked her off the edge. Yeah. Oh, you fucking dick. These guys are gonna suck now. They're a pain in the ass to actually fight. Because they dodge that shit like that, and then here we're surrounded. What the? Weird. I didn't feel like I double tapped there, but you got it, game. They really not attack me if I'm close enough? Is that really a thing for this guy? Oh my god. Well, lesson learned. Is that just a trait of enemies? Can I really just do that? That animation gets so weird. It always spawns me like off in the middle of nowhere. It's like I want to be there so I can at least squeeze one hit in, but no, I end up off in Never Never Land. I was gonna say skeleton should be about dead. All right, does he fall for this same shit? Oh my god, dude. Why? Oh! Well, good dash. Oh, well, now we know. I don't know that it helps me on Deathbringer, but... Okay. For that to go any better. What the hell, dude? How in the world was that a double tap input? Be nice if it didn't feel just totally random whether I beat skeletons with shoulder charge. But, you know. So, I remember a thing where sometimes if a skeleton gets far enough off screen and you magic, you can just eliminate it, but that didn't happen this time, so... No, dead. Dead and extra magic. For good measure. Yeah, okay, so staying close to him does the same thing as those other enemies, just It's way harder because these skeletons are around. Jump, man. I mean, I could do like this and just kill these skeletons for an hour. Good one. Thought I was far enough down. Oh, wow. They really did just take Golden Axe and make it suck. Actually, I'm just gonna restart that because taking damage in stage 1 is idiotic. Especially right at the beginning of stage 1. Honestly, I don't even mind the skeletons as much as I think that Death Adder's AI is kind of fucking weird. But oh yeah, the health in this game is just like nonsense to begin with. That has nothing to do with the skeletons though. I think I might need to stop playing this game. I think I'm just done. Like, this game, I'm gonna just rush because I want to get to the end of the game, but I shouldn't do that. I'll come back to this. Man, I really hate to do that though, because that'd be the first thing that I've done this with. We'll give it another go. I just need to slow down. Yeah, I mean, this is one of many games where your basic attack feels really bad. And so, like, all your other moves have to make up for it, but your other moves are kind of wonk, too. So, like, just a lot of stuff ends up feeling bad. And also, Amazons still move at the speed of light. Please dash. That's still my biggest thing. Like, even the extra content is, like, kind of whack. But the enemies moving so quickly is like, come on, why? Oh, the border again, man. Every time it makes me feel like a fucking idiot. Why was she alive still? That was definitely enough hits. The other idiot. Ooh, nice kick, hitbox. Damn. That was stupid of me. I should know not to charge that guy. So weird that a lot of these big enemies can't attack you if you're close enough to them. But it's happened in other games, so it's not, like, unheard of for me. Okay. Wall. Oh. Wonder why he didn't fall. What? Oh, that sucks, dude. I did the right thing, but I landed on the platform above him instead of hitting him with it. Ah, skeleton was too far over. Whoa, whoa. Not sure why he dashed there. Oh, I'm hit. I'm not hit. Skeleton showed mercy. Dash fake out? No, dude, I missed the dash. Ah. So close to the health too. Please knock me. Okay, thank you. That animation gets so messed up. It's funny. Skeleton was on his way in. Skeletons aren't dead? Wow. Okay. Take the slowest walk there. get another set of magic after this, so might as well just do this to these 3 guys, right? Well, I might not be at full now because I didn't get any of that back. That's okay. I'm certainly not at full now. That's gonna be far enough to do what I was hoping. Yeah, not even close. Oh my god, the attack is such a wacky hitbox. Like, I expect him to have to get so much closer to attack like that. He's gonna charge me. Got him. So yeah, I just have to kind of pin him to the corner, I guess, and do the dash jump stabs before the skeletons manage to murder you. Because there's a certain way, like, he can only get so far away from you. When he's pinned in the corner, and like the way it tries to escape doesn't work anymore. But you know, overall, like, this is definitely another one of those games where if you're not overly invested in finishing it, it's probably great. But, yeah, boy. Deathbringer is quite a fight to add. Skeleton. Bad Brothers. 8'3". Sergeant Malt and Sergeant Hop. Some big boys. Oh, chicken leg. Death Adder Jr. What a silly way to change this. Deathbringer. Yeah. Yeah, Death Adder Jr. does not appear in normal. King not allowed a moment of peace even in the credits. He's got to be KO'd. Yeah, Sega continuing to just do whatever they wanted with their credit sequence. Just no coherency at all. Do baseball. These credits do kind of drag, though. Alien Storm's credits kind of dragged, too. End. Alright. This was 5. Man, I was really hoping to get through 6 games today, but I guess that's not happening. Yes. An enhanced ports of the arcade classic. Wow. While this version does maintain an impressive amount of the content and feel of the original, it does have some awkward feeling differences with support. Additionally, it has some extra content which, while it does pad out the overall length of the game, it feels a bit out of touch with how the rest of the game flows. Overall, it is a worthwhile. It would have been a worthwhile purchase for anyone looking to take the game home I'd recommend this to anyone who enjoys arcade original but wants it in a slightly more accessible sense. You not enjoy this if the strange hitboxes difficult to use, damaging moves, and often unfair feeling situations that the game places So, yeah, some of the, like, especially like the skeleton attacks and the dash attack hitboxes are pretty weird sometimes. They're not awful, but there's situations where you can do something and it feels like you did the same thing you've done every other time and it doesn't work. I'm definitely gonna give this not 2 Bs. I'm definitely gonna give this a B. I mean, it is remarkably true to the arcade original in many ways. It does have a good sound. It's a very iconic game for the Genesis. Again, I think the ending content kind of sucks. Deathbringer does not feel like an interesting or new fight. It just feels like Death Adder, except also you get blown out if he touches you. So yeah, unfortunately, I need to eat supper. I did not want to stop quite yet. I wanted to fit a little bit more in, but it's not in the cards for today. All right. Well, with that said, we'll cut stream. That one. I am going to raid the most chaotic streamer that I think I can rationalize raiding. which would be Fengu. Tomorrow, I will be going over the Super Nintendo, which, the way it competed with the Genesis is pretty interesting. And not in a way that I would say is entirely good. But we'll see. It'll be a fun time, one way or another. See y'all another time.